D'accord. C'est Koubou, c'est Koubou. Tout le...
Your Excellencies, honorable members,
السيدات والسادة أرجو أن تأخذوا مقاعدكم.
wherever you are standing, please take a seat so that we can begin. Interpretation. Okay. Those still standing, please take a seat. And just for your guidance, the program will begin with a silent prayer. The President of the Pan-African Parliament will indicate so. And after the silent prayer, he will invite you to stand for the African Union anthem. Just for your guidance. Your Excellencies, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, accompanied by the members of the Bureau,
May we observe a moment of silent prayer. Thank you.
Let us all unite and celebrate together. The victor song for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, fils et filles de l'Afrique, chers du soleil, chers du ciel, faisons de l'Afrique la vraie de vie. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bond of frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, filhos, filhas da África, essência do sol, essência do céu, façamos da África cor da vida. Let us all unite and toil together to give the best we have to Africa. The cradle of mankind, the font of culture, our pride and hope and break of down. Ya amna wa badat Afrika, lugu asam shwa derdu sama. Africa shajahatul ayat.
Thank you. Be seated. I call upon the clerk to present the first item.
Thank you, very honorable President of Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Jeffinia Charumira, for giving me the floor to present the program of activities of the Conference of Speakers of National and Regional Parliaments. Dear very honorable speakers, very honorable ladies and gentlemen, speakers of national and regional parliaments, honorable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Secretaries General and clerks of the Pan-African Parliament. I would like, before I begin, to tell you good morning and present this morning's program, which is as follows. The first speech shall be given by the Madam First Vice President, who will take to the podium and give us a word of welcome. And after that shall be the opening address of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the very Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira. The rest of the work shall be led by the Second Vice President, Honorable Asbi Gayo. After that, we shall have the plenary discussion, and the rest of the work shall proceed in accordance with the agenda that has been distributed to you. And that said, without losing much time, I want at the moment to invite Madam First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Professor Mohamed Masouda Ladaf, to come and give us her introductory address and words of welcome. Thank you very much for your attention. You have the floor, madam. Very Honorable Chief Fortune Jeffinia Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, very honorable ladies and gentlemen, speakers of the African Parliaments, Director General of NEPAD, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, commissioners of the African Union, honorable colleagues, vice presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Secretaries General and clerks of the Pan-African Parliament and national and regional parliaments of Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I take the floor before you today on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, its Bureau, its President, the very Honorable Chief Jeffinia Charumbira, to wish you welcome to the Pan-African Parliament in this beautiful setting in Midrand in the Republic of South Africa. On the occasion of the 11th Conference of Presidents of Speakers of Parliament and Assemblies of Africa. I wish to give a special welcome to all the speakers of parliaments and assemblies of Africa who are participating in the work of the Conference of Speakers for the first time. Dear honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you know that the 11th Conference of Speakers of Parliaments and Assemblies that starts today should have held 2 years ago, but unfortunately that didn't happen for two reasons. And I wish to mention just one of them, the COVID-19 pandemic.
Stabilité socio-économique et politique de notre
So if the socio-political stability of our continent and the functioning of our parliaments shall be discussed during this gathering. It is also worthy to mention that this pandemic has decimated our populations, taken away some of our colleagues who should have been here with us in this ceremony today, and in the memory of those that we have lost. I would like to ask you to please rise and observe a minute of silence to their memory.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Very honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. That said, I hope that despite the COVID-19 pandemic and other challenges, which I do not want to enumerate here, the 11th Conference of Speakers of Parliaments and Assembly is holding today at a very important moment of the Pan-African Parliament's history, which with a new leadership presided by the very honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, is determined to mobilize to rise stronger from the difficulties that it has faced, and to give it a new image and create platforms to discuss questions of common interest that face our citizens in Africa. And in this regard, the country
through the institutions that we are representing, I urge all of us, to make sure that at least each and every single national budget allocates at least 10% towards the agricultural sector. This must be the starting point. Your Excellencies, we are aware that farmers in Africa have consistently been exposed to high variability in their production environment, and therefore already use a broad spectrum of coping strategies, including the selection of drought-tolerant varieties or crops, traditional water harvesting techniques, the diversification of income sources by combining cropping with livestock rearing, and off-farm activities. However, these coping strategies may not be sufficient to face the expected increase in climatic variability of unknown magnitude, which will likely result in novel solutions. Therefore, coping strategies in a perspective of transformational adaptation need to be considered. Our ability to propose solutions to transform and reorient our agricultural sectors to support food security in the face of climate change would enable us to sustain increasing agricultural productivity, enhance resilience, and where possible, enhancing the achievement of national food security and development goals. Ideally, identifying synergies and weighing costs and benefits of different options based on stakeholder objectives is needed to derive acceptable and feasible solutions. Your Excellency, in the Gambia, the government mainstreamed resilience in nutrition through National Development Plan. This National Development Plan takes into account climate change in sectoral policies and strategies to improve resilience of ecosystems, production and social systems, and as well strengthen national capacities. Let me hasten to remind this conference, based on Gambian experience, that sustainable agricultural initiatives in the context of climate change will only be relevant for our countries when they are supporting institutions aware of climate change and interested in implementing climate-smart agricultural initiatives. This type of enabling environment ensures coherent linkage of results with national and regional realities, needs, and challenges. Excellencies, addressing these challenges requires multiple partnership interventions in public and private sectors at local, national, regional, and continental levels. We need to target interventions in key areas that include climate resilient infrastructure investments, especially in transport and telecommunications, and innovative financing. Africa must also leverage the AFCFTA and strengthen the institutions of good governance. Excellencies, before I conclude, I think it is fair that I also share some perspectives on the way forward for the Pan-African Parliament, since I am a founding member of this noble institution since its inception up to 2017. Recalling the bold and patriotic move by our leaders to transform the OAU, which was created to secure political independence and sovereignty of African states, to the AU, meant to facilitate continental unification, backed by the African Court of Justice and this very institution, the Pan-African Parliament. We, the elected representatives of the African people, must be resolute and commit ourselves to the wishes and aspirations of the African people, which is the unification of our dear continent. Suffice it to say, when our forebears delivered us independence and freedom from colonial rule, they cautioned that the sustainability of the freedom, liberty, dignity, and prosperity of our people rests in our unity. The Organization of African Unity, now the African Union, was created to deliver that unity of purpose and development to our people. The Pan-African Parliament is created to serve as one of the vehicles at the continental level to deliver continental unity. I wish to challenge honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament to rise to this occasion and work closely with both our national and regional parliaments to deliver this unity of purpose and development. In this process, National Assembly of the Gambia shall always be a reliable and dependable partner. Excellencies, we have shown 20 years ago, through the creation of the AU, we could pool our collective power to build a unified structure. We demonstrated through the African Continental Free Trade Area that we can. We demonstrated recently with COVID-19 that we can. We certainly can use these strengths to build more resilience and ensure Africa's future has a solid insurance policy to deliver a prosperous Africa for all. In building on our shared objectives for the Africa we want, pooling our resources to protect our future is aiming for excellence while building resilience. Let us apply our energies to this. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gambia. The next speaker in the list is Dr. Abbas, Honorable Dr. Abbas, Speaker of Sierra Leone.
Yeah, record.
You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Chairman. Right Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, colleagues, speakers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the Pan-African Parliament for extending an invitation to my delegation to attend this very important meeting. It is long overdue. For 2 years or more, this Parliament was placed in slumber, in paralysis, in virtual coma. Only recently, in June, this year to be precise, did the Pan-African Parliament rise up again from its slumber with the elections organized here by the leadership of the African Union. So we congratulate the AU for that bold initiative by conducting the election that brought into office Chief Charumbira and the other members of the Bureau. My delegation extends its warmest felicitations to the new Bureau. The task before them is formidable, accessible, accountable, and strong, as indeed it must be if it is to serve as a cornerstone of democracy in Africa, which is essential for our development. The election of June was a triumph for principle, a triumph for democracy, and a triumph for African common sense and African unity. Because of all of this, the Pan-African Parliament is once more back in business. My delegation endorses the proposals that we heard from our colleague speaker of Zimbabwe this morning, when he called for the active involvement of the universities and colleges of technology and innovation in crafting new ways and proposals for meeting present and future challenges that we face as a continent, particularly in the realm of health security. We would like to say, in that context, that we should begin to pay more attention to trading amongst ourselves by exporting more to each other. But we can only trade with each other if we are able to produce. Production, therefore, should serve as a sine qua non for trade. If we produce nothing, we shall trade nothing. So let us start with something as mundane as food production. Let us, as Africans, begin by producing enough of what we eat and eat what we produce. In trading with our external partners, we must concentrate more on value addition. The Pan-African Parliament needs a new face in achieving all of these objectives. It needs revitalization. It needs rebranding without compromising merit and competence. No region, no linguistic group has a monopoly of talent, and we must therefore respect at all times the principle of rotation and equitable geographical representation. The new president has already lamented in his opening statement to us that our parliament here has been performing below par, below expectation, and it needs revitalization. Failure to achieve progress in this direction will simply create room for members to look elsewhere, leading to a multiplication of organizations which our meager budgets can ill afford. I'm pleased to announce, Mr. Chairman, that our parliament was amongst the first group represented here to have ratified the Malabo Protocol since 2016. And we stand ready to do likewise with any other international instrument emanating from our deliberations. And I would like to urge all those who are yet to ratify that instrument and others to endeavor to expedite their ratification without further delay. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. The next speaker, Honorable Noor from Somalia, Speaker of Somalian National Assembly. You have the floor.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah.
May peace be on the prophets. Honorable members, Mr. President, President of the Parliament, Mr. Jumbura, all the parliaments and national parliaments, all the heads and stakeholders, in local and international, all the honorable members, all the honorable guests. I would like to represent the Somalian population and thank everyone with the ultimate gratitude, Mr. President John Beer, the President of the Parliament, I would like to thank you, and I would like to show gratitude to South Africa for the kind appreciation and invite. Honorable members, I would like to enhance standing together and being united and to cover the food security in Africa. Africa and food security in Africa. Social support, human resources, financial support. Today, we cannot hide that this conference affects Africa and the world. The change and the climate change, temperature rising, and the natural disasters that affect seeds and agriculture, affects the water, droughts, and the quality of soil, which affects massive parts of the lands. It affects us socially and economically. So food security affects our nations and our very complicated, complex politics. Beside terrorist attacks, all of these points lead to famine, and famine affects many people. My brothers and sisters, in Somalia, we would like to share with you these problems because these issues and challenges face Somalia, and we try and work together united in order to face these challenges. We want to have a united vision and work on this vision, especially when it comes to food security. We are sure and we are confident that we will be able to discuss the specific points in these meetings that will affect our future in order to defeat famine. And we will produce solutions, and we will be able to work together to fight famine and drought. This will affect citizens and their farmlands as well. My brothers and sisters, we want to invite the African Union to work on the development points and to work with the parliaments, the organizations, and the African Union to defeat famine and have food security in Africa, to make sure that Africa is empty from famine and hunger. We have to produce strategies for long periods of time. We have to rely on our resilient countries and technology and make sure we use the valid technologies to face our problems. The food security is our main concern, and we have to use the technology and innovation to make sure that we are farming with new tools and we have equality and we can benefit equally from the technology and agriculture. We have to have innovative tools and have innovative tools that will guarantee sustainable development. Honorable members, as parliamentarians in Africa, we have to build our communities and our nations. We have to raise awareness with regards to food security, especially the populations and vulnerable people like the children and old people. We have to guarantee that there will be a safe space for children, and there is enough legislations that would ensure the outcomes. My brothers and sisters, we want to work in this conference successfully. We have ultimate gratitude to you. As we wish for the president to work for a long time with us, and thank you so much. And we have ultimate gratitude to you. May peace be upon you, and thank you.
Thank you, Somalia. Next speaker will be Honorable Fandu Skalaman from Botswana. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Your Excellency, the President of this PAP, our speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk only about COVID-19. As a small country, in terms of population, 2.3 million, scattered over 360,000 square kilometers. When COVID struck, there was no time to prepare your reaction to it. We had learned, though, that it spread as people spread and moved among themselves. So the first thing to do was to try and restrict movement. That could only be done by a declaration of emergency, because we are removing powers which are otherwise entrenched in the Constitution. Parliament was not meeting that time, and so an emergency sitting of Parliament was called. To endorse what the President had done to the emergency powers, which would collapse if Parliament did not approve them within 21 days. Your Excellencies, we then found that, one, we did not have the medication. Even though we had a little money to order, we sent money, we made orders, and I almost call it medication. The things which will be used to try and suppress COVID-19 were not available. The countries which had the ability to produce them are supposed naturally try to do so for their own people. And so we're way behind. The answer which was available to us was to make sure that people do not move from place to place. The result was, if you did that, even those who could work will find that they couldn't because of the restrictions. For the other people who were really not able to work, government was obliged to provide food parcels. You can imagine the chaos, because we had not planned for it. And the ministry responsible, which was local government, tried their best. We then found out also that even if we restricted movement of people, it was not an answer to this COVID-19 scourge. And so after declaration of the state of emergency and the passing of the necessary legislation, we still had to find out what else can be done. To show how frightened we were, when we got what turned out to be a false alarm, that one of the officers who was helping the politicians, the MPs, during the emergency sitting of parliament, tested positive. We quarantined the whole parliament. And the parliament couldn't meet. The question was, how do you then run the country? In the end, we were forced to do something which, to me now, looks a good thing. We're forced to find ways of convening parliament without the MPs going physically to the House. So we created what we call virtual meeting of parliament. And so we could meet even when you were at your own home, as long as you got the dongle for communication. We continue to use the virtual sitting. Even now, we are using it because the doctors told us that if you are over 60, 65, and you get the COVID, you are likely to go to heaven or hell. And I was not in a mood to go to either. So even now, I insist that until the doctors can tell me it's okay, I'm not convening any parliament physically, because I'm over that age. Seriously though, this virtual sitting of parliament, funny enough, it's reduced our costs. Because MPs do not have to travel all the way to Gaborone, which is the capital. They can sit in their constituencies and we communicate. It's cheaper than them driving to Gaborone. The medication that came, we had discovered that our neighbors, the whole of the southern area, also didn't have the medication. So we couldn't do the usual thing of going to Zimbabwe, South Africa, Zambia. We couldn't go to them to ask for help because they too didn't have anything. So we are in the same pot. Normally when there's a disaster, the leadership of these countries tend to sit together and ask how they can help each other. COVID, there was nothing like that. Ultimately, we received some dosages. Some of them, I think, we got some from India, from China, and we started the inoculation. Even then, there are problems which we saw. You require the manpower to properly administer these dosages. And because all our neighbors were also trying to do the same. Even if we had money, we couldn't go and ask for officers to come and help. What that taught us is simply this. One, Africa had better get serious about producing medicines. We talked about these medicines, when I was still a civil servant in the 90s, early 90s, that we should choose one university at least in Africa to specialize, to be a center for producing medicines. Up to now, I'm not aware that the AU has taken any definitive stand to do that, although everybody agreed. I'm not sure whether Your Excellency Abu Sarumbira, you'll be able to push that idea through PAP. But that is the first thing that we have learned, that if you are going to be waiting for Europeans to give you medication, your people will die while you are waiting, because they produce for themselves first. And you will always be second. Whether you like it or not, that is the simple truth. We also discovered that we had to train more people on the medical side, on the clinical side. We are still inoculating now. I think there's a third booster. I'm not sure how long these boosters will last if we are not doing anything to produce our own. It's one of the lessons we learned through this, that you better get together, have a center, a university, to produce your own medicines. Our hands must be together. Now, a number of meetings were called in between to try and find answers to this COVID-19. And really, the end, we were just passing pieces of legislation, which I'm sorry to say, they are more of a nuisance than anything else. Was on a piece of paper you can write everything you like. How are you going to force people to follow these pieces of paper when they don't see the good result? You can't. My own home is about 550 kilometers from Gaborone as you go towards Zimbabwe. They are actually at the border. I had to go and see my goats. And you think, in that situation, I'm going to wait for somebody who says there's a restriction in any area I can't pass, we're going to go and get a permit? More and more people, they started dodging these roadblocks. Mr. Chairman, I talked about the virtual sitting of Parliament. That is what we had to do as an answer to this COVID and Parliament not being able to sit. We had to train people who are IT wise in order to do this ICT virtual meeting. We then also found that the response in time to mitigate this COVID-19 pandemic issues, we needed to be proactive. If you have no officers of your own, how do you become proactive? We needed lots of resources. You can imagine what happens to a country which doesn't have resources. You can't go overseas to go and beg because they know the dollar, not prayers. You can pray all you want. We then discovered that knowledge is power. Knowledge of your own people. We need Africans who are knowledgeable, we can then ask to fight. It did not be COVID, it could be another disease. So you need Africans who can do this. You need to disseminate these things quickly. Remember I said we had paid, but we didn't receive. So we're not getting these inoculations early enough, not timely. The human resources we could try and get the people, could be the nurses, some doctors, to be taught quickly, although they were not enough. Excellencies, the answer to these things must be multi-sectorial. You cannot have just one sector knowing, because you find to your horror that you need another sector, and if you're not trained in all these sectors, you will be running around. Engaging the society, engaging the sectors is obvious. Because if your people do not understand what we are trying to do, they will show you after 2 weeks that they are not going to obey. But it doesn't make sense to them. So that is for the politicians of Charumira to be able to go out to the villages to explain in simple terms what government is trying to do. Well, the lockdowns really failed because the people didn't understand, or those who did, they didn't think that you were telling the truth. Those at home, when we had called Parliament in an emergency, I then discovered that our standing orders had never been designed for a house sitting in an emergency. Fortunately, there was a standing order which provided that where there's a doubt as to which way to go, the Speaker can decide what to do. So I did that. I suspended all these orders and said, no, look, I'm not going to be told about standing orders when the people who are dying. That cannot be the duty of Parliament when it is supposed to answer and move forward. We also needed that we needed committees in Parliament. Committees which will be advising Parliament and even government. A committee made of politicians serviced by officers of Parliament, if need be, by calling those from the relevant ministries to come and sit. So we are trying to perfect our ICT for our virtual meetings. Other government departments also are doing that, which is very good. Somehow, because people were not allowed to move, they couldn't come to Parliament, which was virtual anyway, we used the Radio Busara and the TV, BTV, to make sure that the TV was showing Parliament live, so that the people can listen to their own representatives speaking about these things. It thought it would be a better thing to do that. And indeed, it was, although some I thought were now enjoying it as if it was a circus. Those are the lessons we learned because of COVID. I'm sure that many are still going to learn one of these days, because we are not out of the woods yet. As far as I'm concerned, no medication has been found for this COVID-19. We are far from that. I've already spoken about political leaders going to the people directly. That's what we found, Chairman, and those are the lessons we learned. That we have to imagine other COVIDs, not the 19s, but other disasters befalling us, and how do we answer? If it is Parliament, how do you answer? I'm sure we are going to learn more. I thank you, our members, for your indulgence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is Master Durin Abdou, Honorable from Cameroon. I'm sorry, for Comoros. You have the floor.
Bonjour, Monsieur le.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Vice President, honorable parliamentarians, speakers of regional and national assemblies. It is a singular pleasure for me to take the floor in my capacity as Vice President of the Assembly of Comoros. I would like to share a few ideas with you. It is a singular honor for us today to share with you some information or some thoughts, but my contribution will be based only on scientific research and the encouragement for the building of national laboratories capable of detecting various types of viruses and attempt to help countries in order to find in time various viruses that harm human health and sustainable development in our countries. As an example, I can give my country, Comoros, when the first case of coronavirus was found, we needed 3 weeks to detect this virus. We were forced to send samples to our neighboring country, Kenya, where we went and we only received the results after 3 weeks. If we could set up a Pasteur Institute that could work closely with Kenya or our neighboring country, Madagascar, that has to be encouraged by the African Union, and I believe that could contribute to the eradication of this pandemic. I also wanted to speak about research. This research, in fact, is based on training. We have excellent universities here in Africa. For example, South African universities, Malagasy universities, Senegalese, Congolese, and others. If we could encourage students that are studying medicine, we should help them with their specialization after they have their degree, and that could help with scientific development of our countries so that we could become rivals to Western countries. So those are a few thoughts that I wanted to share with you, and I thank you.
The speaker. The next will be Honorable Emmanuel from Burundi. Deputy Speaker, you have the floor, Your Excellency.
Merci beaucoup, Président de la séance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of this session. My name is Emmanuel. I'm the Speaker of the Senate in Burundi. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Vice President, members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, speakers of the national parliaments and regional parliaments, honorable parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, allow me to share with you the lessons learned by my country, that is the post-COVID lessons, which I trust may lead to additional reflection by members of this Assembly. In 2019, the world was in the throes of the pandemic with all manner of difficulties that we encountered. And this, of course, put a brake on all economic activities across the world. And Burundi, since March 2020, embarked on proposing measures to tackle the pandemic in question. Currently, we are sensitizing the population on sticking to the guidelines, and we also ensure that the entire population is tested free of charge, including students, teachers, and school-going children in the various institutions of the country, including those who are in boarding. And we carry out, of course, several tests across the country to ensure that we don't import the virus from somewhere else. So all these measures, I think, have contributed greatly to the pursuance of activities in the various sectors of the economic sector in the country, whether it be the parliament or any other sector of activity that continue to function normally. But in other countries, the pandemic, I think, had a serious impact on the economy with the reduction of fundamental rights, freedoms, and the freedom to gather. So after that, I think we ensured that we could return to normalcy, including the activities of the parliament. So we want to continue with these measures so that these measures can be limited to the sole fact that they are necessary, and we continue to reassess their usefulness and their scope. So all the measures that we need to take would have to be adapted to the progress of the situation in the country, because we've been able to note that we closed various activities, we introduced lockdown measures, and the implications have been rather severe. And these consequences were, of course, related to the measures that were taken, including closing our borders. So that now is going to be used only as a last resort. And therefore, I would like to encourage fellow African governments to develop their own pharmaceuticals companies, so that we can equip ourselves with the requisite equipment rather than sitting and waiting for donations of vaccines emanating from European countries or Eastern Europe countries. If that should be the case again, I think we'll lose quite a bit. So we need to come up with measures that make us move from words to actions. And I think in line with what the doctor who spoke before me, this needs to be done right now, not tomorrow, because tomorrow we may come across new pandemics and it will be extremely difficult to tackle them should Africa not have his own means of responding to the pandemics in question. And I think that following the presentation we heard from the President, I think if we could schedule those activities every third year, that will allow Africans to be proactive. And along the same lines, I think I would like to say that I salute the introductive remarks made by the President of the Parliament, who encouraged us as parliamentarians to carry out these missions, to go to various countries, to analyze our budgets, and also to see how we can have an oversight on the budget of the African Union, so that we can determine whether in the missions mounted by the African Union we have parliamentarians, and that they are indeed a reaction to the pressing needs of the continent. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Honorable Longo from DRC.
Merci pour la.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the floor. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, other Vice Presidents, and ladies and gentlemen, Let me begin by saying that I really salute the quality of the organization of this meeting. And the DRC is a country with the country, let me say, that though we have experience in tackling various diseases, but we can say that we have a citizen, a doctor, who was able to fight a lone battle that led to the eradication of the disease in the country. This has not been included in the plan of work that we are considering today. But nonetheless, I thought that it is important that I mention our professor who carried out this mission. So the topic of the day in this chamber, we are addressing you on behalf of the people of Congo and the people of Africa, where we come bearing greetings, address all of you here as we celebrate this day where we're going to strengthen our resilience in terms of our resilience and in terms of ensuring food security across the continent, and also making sure that we've got proper health facilities so that we can propel the continent further by using that capital and make sure that our countries are able to function in a context that is contemporary and which is going to lead to the well-being of its citizenry, and so that we stop being a country that is there just to react to the various issues relating to the wealth and health of its population and promote greater wealth production, and also make sure that the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, is a parliament that shows us that there is no country that can develop itself by staying outside the sphere of other countries where we can work together and be able to share the benefits of that shared reality. And because today we note that we are prone to shocks that come from outside, and the food problems that were derived from the pandemic and the economic problems that are now increasing problems, especially with the war in Ukraine. And this leads us to say that African leaders need to take upon themselves the responsibility of feeding their populations. And therefore, this is a call to Africans to develop resilient systems in sectors such as health and social protection. We can also inverse that trend by creating a chain of value that deals with the exploitation of resources that are able to create employment so that we are able to feed our people and create jobs that are decent. It's more than time that Africa begins to feed its own population and to ensure that it is self-sufficient in terms of food, in terms of money, and in terms of ensuring that development is a development that is long-standing and which is going to go to be able to make Africans resilient, and that we promote solutions that are directed at a long term for a future that is going more dynamic, as indicated in the plan of Maputo, where we would have security in terms of food and in terms of health. So going from the idea that it's about time that we change the paradigm of expecting a government that does everything for the people, but that we develop a system that everybody plays a role and we create an environment where agriculture grows entirely, and that in the report on the state of food security across the planet in 2013, FAO underlined the importance of protecting our societies against famine and to make sure that there is economic growth across the board, and we can then create systems that allow us to have a social safety net, and that we also work with our partners so that we ensure food security and good nutrition. So in so doing, Africa has had to experiment, thanks to the multilateral cooperation framework and the mechanisms of social protection that gave results that were not necessarily positive for most of our countries, and were not able to get our population out of poverty. So they were also not fully satisfactory, but these were maintained to the point where they became actually sources of vulnerability. And therefore, how do we get to social protection according to our first understanding? Social protection and support that are given as an income or a donation can only lead to one thing: marginalization of society. So in order for us to build the capacity and to protect ourselves against the dangers of social risks and other forms of economic problems, we believe that unless we come up with policies that are targeted, the mechanisms of social protection, including the security safety network, would allow us, I think, to lower the problems that we encounter in terms of economic development and social development. So that would lead to resilience in terms of security and nutrition. And so we need to pay greater attention to protecting our society across Africa, and in so doing, countries have adopted different programs, including food support and also to give subsidies in terms of fighting against unemployment and social issues. So in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the introduction of these social safety networks has led to monetary transfers to household and to remunerating people for work that is intensive in terms of manpower, and also we've been able to get results that are satisfactory. And I think this experience has shown that we can actually move from poverty to greater economic prosperity and be able to satisfy the primary needs of our citizens. And one ought to say that the fact that we don't have enough funds, this has led only to the vulnerability of the various households. And this policy seems to be still in place. So we need to make sure that we tackle the problem with our partners with whom we work in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I have in mind the World Bank, UNDP, and IMF, because This is something that continues to help us deal with the issue of social protection, which we consider to be a problem that is essentially the responsibility of the national authorities, but regional institutions as well have a role to play, and that role is important in order to define the direction taken by countries so that this contributes to the realization of the various objectives that we've set out for ourselves. Regionally, I think this could also lead to the capacity that would support the various processes that are proposed by countries for them to be able to surmount these problems. Therefore, it is important that we combine the national approach to social problems and agricultural problems so that we can get to harmonizing them regionally. So what we'll have to do then is to set up economic blocks that are going to be introduced and then slowly also be able to be shared with various localities, various social setups, so that we can create intercommunitary interdependence that is targeted to, or rather oriented towards development. And we will also be able to identify these community needs so that we are in a position to fund them. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, the success of the development model, where we have 145 districts that was initiated by His Excellency the President of the Republic, Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, in our quest to redefine social networks such as we have those that we have described earlier, introduced 10 projects. I think that was the opportunity for the National Parliament to accompany the state in taking into account the spirit of the Declaration of Maputo on agriculture and food security. So this comes at the right time for the Republic of Congo, because the next session of the Parliament, which is going to tackle budgetary issues, would be the opportunity for us to renew the national commitment to the budget of the country towards agricultural production, and also to educate regional populations towards an approach where we harmonize policies designed to create safety nets by insisting on the funding of the said policies, and also noting that these depend solely on donor support. This is the reason for which we need to study this matter so that the continent is in a position to create priorities for programs that are set to ensure safety nets for our communities, both regionally and continentally. So in Kinshasa, we put the accent on industrialization as being one of the means to help us tackle the development deficits that our countries are confronted with. And these will have to use one of these facets and also to pose the issue of funding. I think we have the opportunity for us to come up with definitive answers so that these policies are better proposed socially. So these are the recommendations that the DRC wants to share with this meeting. First, to obtain from the African Union and to the various regional entities the quest for resources that have been generated from oil exploitation and other minerals, where we can then be able to put them to good use in the method that I enunciated earlier. And we would have to look also at subsidizing agricultural tools as one of the elements of social protection, because it does raise the issue of how to better manage these resources, whether they be priorities, and also to ensure that regional institutions are able to accompany us in strengthening the ideals of solidarity, but also to ensure that communities are not left on the sidelines. And this would have to transit through the creation of a community bank that is designed to promote agricultural development. And this is why the Congo, or rather the DRC, wants to ensure that we work together and that we do not limit ourselves to slogans, but to come up with policies that are concrete, whether it be national, or regional, or continental programs, so that we establish a stronger link between nutrition and agriculture, and also by ensuring that we have a specific approach that is directed at nutrition so that it promotes fundamental rights to an appropriate food supply. And it's only there that protection will be deemed to be a wholesome program designed to surmount the various problems that have negative effects on the population and their well-being. Better still, I think through the policies, public policies that we're going to pursue, that we think about social protection so that that then serves as a safety net for nutrition and proper food for the country, so that our population have access to safe and nutritious food, and thus becomes more productive. Thank you very much for your kind attention, Honorable President.
Thank you, DRC. Now we'll move to our last speaker, last but not least speaker, Honorable Abdel Nasir from Algeria. You have the floor.
أصحاب السعادة.
As you remember, maybe as you are aware of it, Secretary Generals also had their meeting in the last 2 days on this very topic, same topic. They debated, deliberated, and contributed for this challenge, the recovery mechanism of COVID-19. In this regard, with your permission, Excellencies, may I invite a few Secretary Generals from across continent, Mr. George Zolili, Secretary General of South African National Parliament. May I invite you to come or to take the floor. He's not around. I'm told he's not in the chamber. The Speaker of National Parliament of Somalia, Mr. Abdulkadir Haji Abdi, you have the floor.
Hello? Yes. Of the people, Federal Parliament of Somalia. Actually, my topic is COVID experience in Somalia. Somalia I mean, the continent is so large and big, and the way they deal with this COVID pandemic was different, as the countries are different. In Somalia, we never had a lockdown of any sort. As it came, we never experienced what we call lockdown, or that is strict limitation of the movement of the people, goods and services. Everything was going on as normal. And the people didn't actually believe that COVID is so serious. They hardly even mention its name. They treat it as like a bird flu. And most of the people get infected with COVID. And surprisingly, everybody was feeling not well for 7 days or like that, and everybody was getting up again. And some sort, I mean, Somalia actually benefited from lack of lockdown because we reached what we call herd immunity. Every Somali, somehow or the other, every family was affected one time or twice, and they built immunity, sort of natural vaccination. Vaccination rate of the Somalis, I think, is the lowest in the world because the people, the Somali people, didn't believe that vaccines were for good. On the contrary, they believe vaccines was some sort of poisoning, and that if people get vaccinated once, twice or so, they might become sterile. So they were avoiding it. The international community, with the leadership of WHO, they brought so many vaccination medication, but actually the Ministry of Health, they deployed and put all that necessary things, vaccination and related things to COVID in all the health centers. But unfortunately, the Ministry of Health didn't get customers because people were avoiding and they were not taking any sort of vaccination. And on the other hand, wearing a mask was obligatory in all the world. But in my country, Somalia, people were not using masks. Maybe few can use, maybe very few, which if you put them into a percentage, they cannot even be 1%, maybe using it indoors. But no one was using that, what they call masks of any sort. And sometimes when you are going around, if you have a mask, the children will run after you and they think you are carrying COVID and throw stones at you. It's on the contrary, it was the opposite of what was practiced elsewhere. And to the surprise of everybody, all the offices, the markets, everything was open, the mosques. People were lining up shoulder to shoulder, and still, they managed to come through clean. The death rate of Somalia will be, if I look anywhere in the world, it will be the lowest of the lowest. Very few people, died. When you look at what was happening in Europe, I came back from Europe at that time, and when the thing was when the COVID moved from China to Europe, it was so strong that Europe, England, it has a very good health system. It has every facility needed for COVID, and still they built Nightingale Hospital, which means like 1,000 ICU beds on the site, and people were dying like flies. The day 500, 700 people die, we say it's a good day. in England, but they were dying in their thousands sometimes, and a whole generation is really disappeared, and the whole country was on a lockdown. I mean, the amount of death the government buried at that time, it was twice as big as the World War II. But yet, I mean, people were dying in their hundreds. So Somalia was completely the opposite of that. They have no money as such. It's a country which is coming out of war, and its economy is very limited. But the way we dealt with, actually, they dealt with Somalia was exceptionally very unique, very, very unique, which was against the logic of the reigning logic at the time. But they actually, on the other hand, produced a very good result. Factories were working, offices were working, private or normal markets were open. Nothing stopped because of COVID, and they came out at the end of the day with little casualty compared to any other country I so far read about. That was negligible. Everything, and even if you look at the ICU beds in Somalia, extremely limited. You can count with your fingers. They were that much, and the oxygen deployed there was very small because no one was thinking about COVID. The merchants voluntarily brought in some oxygen on voluntary basis. They brought some oxygen, but then it was so small that a truck can carry. Actually, Somali experience was quite different than the rest of Africa and the world. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now I will ask the Clerk of National Parliament of South Africa, who is currently in the chamber. Mr. George Zalili, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Good afternoon, Mr. President, Vice Presidents, and honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. It is a great privilege for us as South Africa to also share in this debate on the experiences that our parliament, like many others across the continent, had to contend with in dealing with the question of COVID-19 pandemic. We have also gone through similar experiences that no doubt every country will be able to share. And the severity of it was also more pronounced in our case, with different levels of lockdown as we experience the massive impact of the first lockdown, especially on the question of restrictions of numbers of gathering. And in our case, we have two houses that constitute our parliament, the National Assembly, as well as the National Council of Provinces. And similar to many other parliaments, Chairperson, the business of parliament no doubt requires presence, both at the level of lawmaking, at the level of public participation, as well as at the level of performance of oversight. So with the impact of COVID-19 lockdown, it did severely impact on the ability of parliament to work effectively to discharge those responsibilities. We had limited numbers of gathering, we have limited mobility and public participation requiring that people must travel across our provinces. So all of that was also negatively impacted. Like many other institutions, we had to get immediately into a shift in the business as usual by visiting the rules of procedures around functioning of plenary sittings, rules of procedures for our committees, as well as rules that pertain to public participation. So whilst you have to make adaptation, you also don't compromise the legal requirements of ensuring that all your processes meet the test of those areas. So our own parliament had to revisit its own rules, revisit its own procedures, but also contend with the reality that moving from physical to hybrid or sometimes completely virtual also necessitated a shift in your expenditure so that the investment on your technological capabilities also do not result in impeding or disrupting your continuous flows of your discussion. Of course, like any other major disaster, it carries both negatives and positives. And on the side of restriction of movement, you also had significant positives around things like resources, where you would have budgeted movements elsewhere. You are unable to fly or drive. So you will realize some resources where on the other side, the negative had to be weighed against those in terms of ensuring that more expenditure gets into your own capabilities. What we can also share is that whilst we are now in a lesser restrained environment in terms of the incidences of COVID, we now have significant investments, like any other operating entity, around systems capabilities, investment on technology that would now be used even in instances where there would be no restrictions. Other members may not be able to travel. They may have missed a sitting. They would now be able to connect online because your rules have also allowed for those particular changes. The other issue we would also want to share is around the impact around participation, where ordinarily you would have localized conversation. Through use of hybrid technologies, you are able to get more people participating into your public participation processes. And that allowed us also to make sure that we could increase the rate of engagements around our participation. But no doubt the negative of participation was severely curtailed in terms of lack of physical interactions. We are now at a stage where, in our own case, matters have also been more compounded by the fact that in our own situation, we also had an incident that continued to impact on the ability of our parliament to meet physically. We had a fire incident that also impacted severely, which prolonged the interactions that require continuation of virtual settings. But from a performance point of view, whilst we had that, flexibility has also allowed us to process more bills. For instance, in this year, Parliament is processing more than 51 bills that go through both houses. You also have public participation, where our committees are now able again to start resuming visiting physically. But there's more yearning for physical presence, so that even sittings of committees must be more on a physical setting, as well as joint sittings of the House. So we are occupied in looking at measures to make sure that what we have learned out of COVID helps us to continue, but also deal with the current reality of ensuring physical presence. Some of the difficulties, Chairperson, with the discussions that are taking place around tackling issues of malnutrition, tackling issues of poverty, and the macro challenges general that face our continent, they became more compounded, no doubt, by the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic, where you would have restrictions that are applicable to save lives, but those restrictions also would have a contradictory, unintended impact. If you say to people, you need to be on a hard lockdown, and given the massive inequalities we have in our country and comparable, of course, with many other countries, you would require, when people are in a hard lockdown, to also socially distance, to maintain safe distances between themselves. And when you have people sitting in informal settlements where the only house is this shack, you are unable to achieve your health objectives precisely because of macro challenges of lack of decent shelter. Whereas people who stay in relatively better conditions, who can afford houses, they can be able to exercise that. If somebody is affected, that person must be isolated. How do you isolate in an informal settlement? The other rules would be lack of movement of people. But on the aspect of poverty, the survival side of our economy was also significantly exposing the contradictions where people are unable to eke out a living because they are unable now to go and sell their goods, be outside, they have to be. So many of the lessons would help us in terms of sharing to examine not only the post-COVID reality, but the significant impact both at a structural level as well as systemic level. So at responses that we have, if we have to face similar pandemics, we both focus on the aspect of building resilient systems, both at the operational level of our institutions, but also resilience in tackling the macro challenges that face us. So part of that lesson also in our countries to evaluate those areas, but also areas where we need to reform what otherwise would have been traditional approaches. It also helps us to do much more around those areas, as well as reimagining the operation of our institutions. And those issues would now form part of a legacy that we need to make sure that from a sharing approach, we also have means of looking at measures where we can have ability to share across the continent, but also look at measures where there can be lessons that quantify all the strategies that have been applied so that in future risk incidences that impact and disrupt operations of countries and societies, we are able to build resilient instruments of approach as a continent. So with us, we are looking at those areas, modernizing our systems, but also improving the policy and instruments of resolutions, ability to exercise voting, but also make sure that we improve effectiveness without compromising the key test of deepening democracy from aspect of representation as well as participation. And our lessons is also to learn from others, and hopefully we could continue to improve collectively as a continent. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Speakers. I think it's appropriate that we give platform to the Secretariat since they are right hand of the speakers. When we go back, usually we are using them, we are asking them to assist, and also they will grab all the informations what we have inspired this in Pan-African Parliament, and it will give them more energy to work in a very motivated way. I hope this will contribute for each and every national parliament. So now, finally, we will go to our special guest, the Speaker of Sadiq, so to contribute, to share his experience, knowledge, and best practices, which is well known in the southern region. Sorry. So yeah. Sorry for that. I will ask Honorable Sidi Mohammed from ECOWAS to share his experience. I think you have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Excellency, President, PAP, our Bureau members, honorable speakers of the various national assemblies, I want to start by thanking His Excellency, President of PAP and the Bureau for inviting us to this very, very important meeting. And as a regional body, we are very, very happy because most of the issues that have been discussed here affect us directly. The ECOWAS Parliament, also known as a community parliament, is one of the institutions of ECOWAS. Understanding that regional parliaments and parliamentary assemblies are intended to assume the legislative and democratic oversight functions of regional integration, the parliament was established as a rational choice to improve the efficiency of decision-making in the ECOWAS region and to also serve as a forum for dialogue, consultations, and consensus for representatives of the people of West Africa with the aim of promoting integration. The ECOWAS Parliament is an offspring of the regional organization ECOWAS, whose initial focus was on economic dimensions and emphasized a variety of integration programs, including customs unions, trade liberalizations, free movement of peoples and goods, and free trade zone. However, the political events of the 90s made it increasingly important to collaborate politically as there could be no economic development amid the political turmoil that reigned across the West African region at the time. This led to a number of decisions, including the establishment of the ECOWAS Parliament, as the call for good governance, accountability, and transparency became stronger, louder, and more relevant. The ECOWAS Parliament was then established under Article 6 and 13 of the ECOWAS Revised Treaty of 1993. The initial protocol establishing a parliament was signed in Abuja on August 6, 1994, and entered into force in March 2000. Since the coming into force of the protocol, Parliament has survived lifespan of 4 legislatures, with the current legislature being the 5th. Distinguished Excellencies, I am very, very honored to have in our midst today somebody who has not just worked so hard for the peace of our sub-region, West Africa, but somebody who actually is one of the architects of the establishment of the ECOWAS Parliament. And that person is no other person but the Honorable Speaker from the Sierra Leone Parliament, the Right Honorable Dr. Chairman Abbas Bundu. Dr. Abbas Bundu served as the Secretary General of ECOWAS. Now, has been transformed now to be called President of ECOWAS. But it was through Dr. Abbas Bundu that the ECOWAS Parliament was created. So, Dr. Bundu, I doff my hat to you. It is no gainsaying that Parliament has sustained its operations and visibility through effective ICT strategies that promote virtual and online meetings, sessions, and engagements, keying into this phenomenon to optimize productivity and promote freedom of speech, transparency, and accountability, being a major win. Nevertheless, Parliament still promotes in-person and physical meetings as it is important for parliamentarians to maintain personal touch, carry out oversight activities, and have first-hand experience and interactions with other constituencies. Of my own personal experience, I was sworn into office as Speaker of ECOWAS Parliament in March 2000. And by March 2020. And by April, there was a complete lockdown everywhere. So, I mean, one could just imagine what was going to happen to the fifth legislature. But with the support of my colleagues and the Secretariat, especially the Secretary General of the ECOWAS Parliament, we were able to reassess the Parliament's mode of operations immediately and our communication strategy, having realized that activities can only be held through virtual means at the time. The Parliament immediately transitioned to holding its sessions and meetings via Zoom. Many of Parliament's meetings and sessions were held virtually during the peak of the pandemic, and staff members worked from home and delivered effectively. The Parliament has also taken advantage of other ICT tools to enhance performance of tasks. Intra-communication platforms such as Microsoft Teams, SAP, Zoom, WhatsApp, Microsoft Outlook are optimally being used to promote communication among staff and members of Parliament. Currently, Parliament is working to create a mini site on its website for all members of Parliament where they can be reached and accessed by citizens they represent. Under the leadership of the Fifth Legislature, there has been a revamp of the ICT tools of the Parliament, which has resulted in more engagement, participation in Parliament's activities, and has assured Parliament's visibility. Parliament's businesses and activities are now followed by citizens on its various platforms, thereby making them better informed and enlightened. This is evidenced in the fact that Parliament's website, microblogs, and social platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, YouTube continue to receive increased followership. As a result, the committed leadership and effective transition to operating procedures that conforms to our current realities, the ECOWAS Parliament has successfully carried out more functions typical and befitting of a parliament, such as parliamentary oversight. We have been on fact-finding missions to member states, election observation missions. We also provide oversight over community institutions. That's why it's very important for the new Pan-African Parliament to ensure that the AU put in place a new supplementary act that will enhance the powers of the Pan-African Parliament, whereby you will be able to go on fact-finding missions. You will be able to also look at the budget of the AU. We are just a regional parliament. The Pan-African Parliament is, I would say, the boss for the region, for all the regional parliaments in Africa. We look at every single budget, and this fifth legislature, we did not only stop at that. We also created a Public Accounts Committee, and now it is mandatory for the Auditor General to submit the audit report for the entire ECOWAS to Parliament. For that committee to look at it, we'll debate it, and give our opinions. We have also, the Parliament has adopted a broader vision for the ECOWAS community, Vision 2050, which seeks to create a fully integrated community of people in a peaceful, prosperous region with strong institutions and respect for fundamental freedoms, and working towards inclusive and sustainable development. We are also working very hard in ensuring adequate representation of the people of the sub-region, promoting participation of citizens through sensitization of integration programs and activities, debating the views of West Africans, conducting ordinary sessions, extraordinary sessions, and committee meetings. ECOWAS Parliament effectively contributes towards peace, security, good governance, and human rights. We have a committee that is responsible for mediation, And that committee has proven to be so effective in West Africa. I will give you a typical example. When Sierra Leone had the elections in 2018, there was a very serious problem between the governing party and the main opposition party. A representative group from the ECOWAS parliament went to Sierra Leone, held meetings with the two parties, and brought about a peaceful settlement. So it is very, very important for regional parliaments, especially in Africa, to participate in ensuring there is peace and security. You know, earlier on, even though it's not part of what we are supposed to be doing here, I know the DRC speaker spoke about something regarding Rwanda. But for me, the regional parliament must be in a position to engage both Rwanda and DRC. It should not just be left with them. We represent the people. When you are in the regional parliament, you represent every citizen of that region. So it is our responsibility to make sure that we talk to our people, we engage them, because we are dealing with the same people. The same members of parliament in Rwanda are the same members of parliament in DRC. So I will urge honorable members in that region to please engage their colleagues in the interest of peace and security for that region. Parliament supported the decision of the Authority of Heads of States and Government by suspending the membership of 3 member states that are under military regime because of unconstitutional seizure of power. In concert with the G5 Sahel Interparliamentary Committee, the ECOWAS Parliament is working to counter terrorism and violent extremism in ECOWAS and Sahel regions. The leadership of the ECOWAS Parliament firmly believes that regional cooperation and integration is beneficial to our survival as a community. To tackle the multiple challenges confronting our region, we must leverage on the vast benefits of multilateral cooperation. The leadership of the ECOWAS Parliament continues to respect and uphold its relationship with regional counterparts, including the Pan-African Parliament, the Sadiq Parliament, IPU, Parliamentary Summit on Regional and Provincial Unions of Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, as well as the UNDP, UNHCR, ILO, FAO, etc., etc. Under our leadership, we have placed much emphasis and demonstrated commitment to gender inclusion and empowerment. As a demonstration, the leadership of the Parliament has 2 females, constituting 40% of the membership of the Bureau of Parliament. Working with the East Africa Legislative Assembly, FAO, the International Institute for Sustainable Development, and Oxfam, we successfully launched the report on gender equality and investment in agriculture and food security. The ECOWAS Parliament Female Parliamentary Association, ECOFEPA, is being strongly supported both morally and financially by the leadership of Parliament. The ECOWAS Parliament is one of the few, if not the only, regional parliament that have made budgetary allocations specifically for gender programs. With all of these, Mr. President, we still have challenges. As is the case of all regional parliaments across Africa, the ECOWAS Parliament has not been able to attend direct elections of its members. The duality of membership has adversely impacted the degree of popular participation in representation and the democratic legitimacy of the institution. However, as a major agenda of this legislature, the ECOWAS Parliament is exerting frantic efforts to ensure that its members are elected by universal suffrage. The Supplementary Act of the ECOWAS Parliament provides for direct elections of its members by direct universal suffrage. With that, under my leadership, we decided to appoint key personalities on an ad hoc committee on direct elections. We appointed His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, as our champion. We also appointed His Excellency Mahamadou Issoufou, former President of Niger, as our Chief Advocate. And we have also appointed Dr. Mohamed Ibn Chambers as the Assistant Chief Advocate. We have held a series of meetings with heads of states and stakeholders in the region. The ECOWAS Parliament plays a predominantly advisory role that is constrained both in terms of content and competencies. There exist challenges to Parliament's advisory functions, whether or not it is obligatory for executives and decision-making bodies to consult the Parliament in certain matters, example, issues of security. Excellencies, the ECOWAS Parliament has developed in terms of structure and competence in the execution of its representation and oversight mandates. The Parliament also successfully adapted to the new realities confronting our regions and the world, and is sailing through because of the commitment of the leaders, members, and staff. It is hoped that a set of directly elected members, as required by the Supplementary Act, much more will be achieved, which will impact meaningfully on the citizens of the region. As a Parliament, Your Excellencies, we are ready to work and partner with the President and Bureau of PAP to rebrand this organization. And like I said earlier on, our regional colleagues, regional parliaments must be very, very active in the maintenance of peace and security in their respective regions. Thank you very much, Excellencies.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think now we are exhausted with interventions. May I ask the CDC to give some highlights on, if he has, of course, all our contributions. If you need, you can take 2-3 minutes, not more.
Thank you, Chair, if you could hear me. And I would like to acknowledge that I have taken note of remarks from all His Excellencies who have the opportunity to take the floor. We have taken note of some of the comments. Most of those comments are indeed, they hit the nail in the head. I took comments from many countries that have taken the floor, most of them on health and the urgency of the human resources for health. Some of them is an urgent call that I spoke about it in the morning, the need for this continent not to take things for granted. We have to take proactive role in building our whole health systems. I would like to quote our colleague from Botswana when he said, goodwill did not work. Also, how long these boosters last. And also, we are not out of wood. And political commitment is extremely, extremely urgent. So also take note of some of the experiences that many countries have applied. At the beginning of the outbreaks, there was no country prepared. We were responding to the health emergencies while we are learning about the COVID itself. So in conclusion to those comment share of these sessions, Africa CDC is encouraged beyond the words for this commitment that we have seen from our member states. This is the call that I would like to remind you that your Africa CDC, using the competitive advantage of the African Union, working across with all the regional economic communities, regional parliaments, PAPs, national parliament, to do the right things. There's no substitutions for not working together. There's no substitution for an excellent leadership. A take-home message that we are all on this, and we will do whatever it takes to provide that leadership to be the voice for this continent, using what we know is already works, that bring the best scientists around the continent, give them opportunity, give them the platform, help them, support them, and they will do excellent, excellent, excellent results. And one of the examples that I would like to bring to your attention is when Africa decided to work together, good things happen. One area that's a good example of networking, not only just in one country, but perhaps in all the countries, the examples of pathogenic genomic sequencing. It's an excellent example that makes all scientists in Africa to be so proud, from South Africa to the Cairo, from Senegal to Libreville. They came together with one purpose, how they can help each other. And it ended up with excellent results. We have seen beta variant of COVID-19 was first reported here in South Africa. Likewise, also Omicron. It was possible because of all our scientists choosing to work together. Also, I would like to make my second comment, and allow me maybe if I could speak in Arabic. And first,
First of all, I would like to thank the president. I would like to thank you for your valuable comments. I do agree with you that the work that we are doing is an urgent one. But we started at the beginning. The work started in South Africa, and in the Arab Maghreb, and in Algeria, in Egypt, in Senegal, in Rwanda, in Kenya. All those countries started to take all the necessary action to make Africa independent, not relying on the external help. So all this interest can be described that it's on the right path. However, the quantities that we are getting out as a result are not that enough. So we need to do more work together. We do need to cooperate. And we stand all stand together and have all our scientists to find out how they can work together. And we need the support from all the leaders in all parliaments in the continent. So thank you very much. I wish that we wish that we'll be successful at the end, and I wish you success.
Thank you, Dr. Noor. Honorable speakers, Your Excellency, President, Session was planned to finalize in morning, but interestingly, we took it up to 4 o'clock, 4 p.m. Excellencies, the topic is very broad. It's correct that we took quite a long time. COVID-19 recovery strategy, which was presented in two different sections. The COVID analysis, of course, the first one. The second one was the recovery, economic recovery strategy. With situation analysis, I think we agreed, honorable members, that all African head of states, government, national parliament responded very well. And also we witnessed that we had very serious shortcomings, especially in using scientific research, engaging our universities, and also in manufacturing sector, we didn't motivate our manufacturers. Pharmaceutical industry also, when we didn't encourage them in exempting tax and different motivations. That will be also considered. But in future, hopefully all national parliaments will have policies and legal frameworks in place, legislations also in place. So national all entrepreneurs in Africa will be engaged to sort out African epidemiological problems. And also in this case, usually health problem is mostly interconnected with food security. We also touched that the area of agriculture, education, mining, all should be considered and also supported by the national parliament. Hopefully, at the end of the day, maybe tomorrow, we will have resolutions on this matter. The resolutions will be submitted to Your Excellencies. With this, we will end the first session. I thank you so much.
Good afternoon once more. We are caught up in a very dicey situation. We can see that all of us are fairly tired. Mainly because most of you traveled, arrived last night, some of you this morning. And our instinct is to say, let's close for the day. But we also realize we have to finalize tomorrow. So maybe with your indulgence, you can allow us to do one small thing. The next presenter is a commissioner from the AU and is not in this room. She has been waiting since 2 p.m. to do a virtual presentation. And maybe if we miss her forever, maybe until October. I will propose that maybe just for 5 minutes we stretch ourselves. For 5 minutes, we come and listen to this presentation. We have asked her not to go beyond 15 minutes. And then maybe for questions, just take note tomorrow morning at 9, then we can proceed with our questions in order to allow early rise of the sitting. If there are no serious objections, let's stretch for 5 minutes, strictly 5 minutes. But that could be called tea break, if that is there. Yeah, I call it tea break, but if it's tea break, then it goes to 10 minutes. Sorry? He's telling me something else. He's our clerk. He's saying she is already connected, ready to present. So let's proceed then. Let's proceed with her presentation. The chair is not myself. I'll just make an announcement. Honorable Vice President, Honorable Passos, will chair the session. Thank you.
The social economic. So we will have two speakers. The president is already online. So we are right now a little bit delayed in order to fulfill the program, but I will make a small consideration regarding to what we are going to discuss, because the food security in the African continent is a common an issue of concern. As you know, that African Union has declared that 2022 as a year of nutrition and food security in African continent. And this is a time of Africa. Our governors must concentrate their economic policy for development to govern based on the people for the well-being of our populations, and also to respond to the challenges of the topic proposed by the African Union. Our continent has everything to ensure good nutrition and the food security of our populations. We have human resources, we have capacity, we have land, we have labor, qualified labor, we have available farmers, we have water, we have a financial resources. What is lacking is the political willing and efficiency on the resource management issue of our natural resource of our country. His Excellency chairperson, during his presentation, he says, why Ukraine in a war, a country that is in war, should feed Africa with cereals? Then I will leave this question for reflections, and they won't be exhaustive. Now, let me give the floor to our presenter that is already online, His Excellency Ambassador Aminata Saramarate, the Commissioner for Health and Humanitarian Union and Social Development of the African Union Commission. So we have 50 minutes for this presentation. So we need to street. So we are women. We are able to do that, and we will present and we will manage the time in a good manner. Thank you very much, and have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Session Chair. The Vice President and honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, all protocol duly observed. I would like to start by thanking you for the invitation. That was just to me to talk to you about the theme for the year 2022. I want to start by apologizing. I know that you've been in the room since morning. The day has been very long. And I was also connected in Abidjan to listen to the discussion since 2 p.m. And I have listened to some of the work that you've done, especially what you said about the coronavirus, which is an important topic. And it is good to know that we are working together to find common solutions to this problem. And as one of the solutions, I would like to inform you that we have developed the African Medicines Agency, and since 2022, the heads of state and government have adopted this theme. As you know, it's something that is important for the African people, and the heads of state, obviously with the nutritional problems that we are facing on the continent, have chosen to work with the Commission, political actors at all levels, to do advocacy at all levels, be it national, continental, and regional levels, to find appropriate solutions to the issue of nutrition, and to also see how to strengthen resilience of our populations in the areas of nutrition. And it is really an honor that I am here to exchange with you on this topic. I understand your tiredness. You're in the room since morning, and I really apologize for that. I want to underscore the importance of nutrition because it is an essential factor for full development of an infant and an adult, and also the human body, and effective functioning of the immune system, and it's something that affects health, education, productivity of our populations. And also it is the results of a recent study commissioned by the African Union on hunger underscores the importance of a population that is in good health, is well fed, especially with children who are well fed and who require that for good education for the development of Africa. The study really highlights the difficulties and places a strong accent on the improvement of nutrition in the life of our children. For example, in the first 1,000 days, it is not only the pandemic that has impacted Africa. We also have a certain number of challenges which the parliamentarians listed. And today, with the crisis between Russia and Ukraine, there are major disruptions that have a serious impact on nutrition. And that is why the heads of state have called upon all stakeholders, the regional economic communities, the NGOs, international organizations, so that we all work together and double our efforts to work on the nutritional security in Africa. One of the themes of the year. Now, regarding the theme of the year, I want to underscore the 4 priorities of the work that we've been doing. The first one is management of information and data. Without information and data, we cannot feed our populations. The second one is really advocacy for commitment, and some parliamentarians spoke about it, increased investments on agriculture on the continent. Naturally, we cannot do this work alone. We need to work with all stakeholders because it's a shared responsibility. And obviously, we have institutional capacity building. And obviously, we need to accelerate the implementation of important instruments which has been problematic. For example, the Malabo Declaration. We also have the African Regional Nutritional Strategy, the Continental Nutritional Strategy as well. And since the launching of these activities, we've had a certain number of activities, which I'm not going to list here, but I also want to dwell a bit on the Malabo Declaration. The heads of state have taken commitments for improved agriculture as well as increased productivity to improve the well-being of African populations. So there is an agricultural agenda, and especially around this area, we need your help to increase finance on agriculture. And it is only through that that we can eradicate hunger on the continent, stimulate intra-African trade, and we're working with the AFCTA, and also to increase resilience, especially in the face of climate change. And finally, we need to work on shared responsibilities. The report also highlights in June last year the fact that we worked to get a status report and also to adopt a declaration which highlights the issues that I've mentioned, the fact that we need to increase investments, the fact that we need to ring fence adopted budgets, and we also need to improve the budgets that are dedicated for agriculture and nutrition. And so appropriate national budgets need to be made available to food safety and nutrition. And so for that, we need your help to mobilize your government to respect their commitments, especially to implement the policies that we have adopted in areas of nutrition on the African continent. And hopefully, I also want to mention the chairperson of the African Development Bank, who spoke at length about stunting, which is a big problem because it also slows down our economies. And also, I love what someone said, that we need to consume what we produce. We produce a lot, but with the Ukrainian war, we need to start producing more what we consume. So we have the water, we have 60% of land which is arable, and we also have water and the human capital, and we also have a young population. And so we need to put all this together. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Pan-African Parliament, I'm not going to focus too much on some questions that you've already highlighted, and I really thank you for giving me this opportunity to discuss with you. And we are at your disposal, and it is together that we will build the Africa that we want, an Africa that is at peace, an Africa where everyone is at peace, and where everyone eats to their fill. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Thank you very much. I will then move to add also the issue on gender. Our governors should also avail land for women to be able to produce and contribute for and towards food security, because women have under their responsibility children, the elderly, and those most handicapped and disabled persons. And when the United Nations says that in 2021 we had approximately 2,788,000 persons with difficulty in feeding themselves, most of them are women and children. So we here leave our appeal with our governors that they have specific programs so that women may have access to land, but also that they access to funding so that they may increase the productive capacity. And we also heard on mobilization from member states on resources to transform agriculture and the capacity building of our farmers and the creation of incentives to increase agricultural production so we can have good nutrition for our children. So when we speak about our children, we are mentioning and on the results of education, the health and well-being in general. It was also highlighted the solidarity within member states on this issue, and it is fundamental that we, the National Assembly President from Zimbabwe, highlighted the issue of this Pan-African concept where we will be exactly solidarity and assume the solidarity within the development in the continent. We have resources, and it is up to us, the politicians, to implement policies for social inclusion, the sustainable development in all sectors. And I will now give the floor to our second speaker, Dr. Martin Belweyer, the Director of the Management Program for the Assessment of Knowledge, ouder NEPAD. He will now do the presentation.
Acabaram de me informar que ele não está.
I just received information that he is not available, so we give the floor to the plenary so the participants can put forward their concerns concerning the topic that we had just been presented with on the nutrition and food security in the continent, and which was the theme declared for the year 2022. I have as the first indication the Vice President from Mozambique, Honorable Helder Giorgio. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Vice President and moderator of this interesting topic and of present topic for us African, Your Excellency, the President of Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies and speakers of the African Parliament, honorable members from the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me in first place and on behalf of our President of the Republic, which we represent, and on her behalf, thank the invitation which was addressed to us so that we can participate in this 11th conference of the speakers for the African Parliament. We take this opportunity to greet the presidency of the Pan-African Parliament and looking forward to the successes during your mandate, this mandate of which we are sure and will, without a doubt, reflect in this assembly and find the best options for the well-being in the African continent. We would also like to take this opportunity to greet all the presidents here present and on your or through your person, and to all to the peoples which hereby represent a friendly persons which without a doubt we hereby convey our fraternity as Africans. The theme to strengthen the nutritional and food safety with consideration of health and social protection to accelerate the development of capital, social and economic, which was chosen for this conference, is relevant at a time we are facing global challenges such as the military conflicts as well as economic. The increase of fuel prices and of foods and fertilizers and the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, as very well debated in the previous debate, as well as the climatic changes, represent a significant threat in the food safety within the continent, and of which has been rather fragile from exogenous and endogenous factors. And as parliamentarians, we should continue to carry out a very important role so that we attain the objectives of the 2063 agenda on an Africa which we wish to have well expressed in the topic at hand. Your Excellencies, in Mozambique, food security and nutrition is a priority, and it is a current agenda in our government and has now gained new dynamic when the country took on in 1996, during which the World Summit on Foods, its national commitment to reduce by half the chronic malnutrition and hunger by half. Within this framework, its efforts, the government has created a technical secretariat for food security and nutrition, and the National Council for Food Security and Nutrition was also established. In other words, two institutions which work together to resolve this global evil. And as a result of these strategies which were adopted, the indicators of food security and nutrition are satisfactory, and we have noticed a reduction in the malnutrition rate in the girls and children from 15% lower, and there was also a household from 32% to 52% increased, and 2 million of Mozambicans have also improved their diet, and also drinking water moved from 56% to 63%. And although the results are rather encouraging in our opinion, we understand that we should continue to improve our efforts to re-strengthen the system in agro sector and social systems for the well-being of our people. The exercise to do capital development, social and economic development cannot be dissociated from the education. And therefore, in Mozambique, there is a right and a duty for each citizen without discrimination. The state promotes the access to education and also professional training with a highlight on equal opportunities and rights between men and women, girls and boys. And in this ambit, we are recording positive results within the gender equity, access and retention of the girls at school, and also completion of schools in primary and secondary education, and also to reduce illiteracy, which in 2007 was 57.3%, and by now it has reached 39.3%. Your Excellencies, actually, Africa, this beautiful continent, has all to find itself in the right path. Africa is a continent which has been blessed. And we can, when we look at our situations and the climate in our continent, we can be a complete bread barn of basket, and to guarantee nutrition to our peoples and to ensure that food security be successful in the African continent. And to conclude, I would like to reaffirm our commitment as Mozambique to continue working to achieve the purposes which were defined and determined in the year of nutrition. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muito obrigada. Agora passo a palavra à senhora senadora Marianne.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Now we have from Côte d'Ivoire. Speaker, please.
Honorable President du PAP, Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Speakers of National Assemblies and Senates, Honorable Members of the Pan-African Parliament Bureau, Honorable Parliamentarians, Venerable Senators. I should like to send you warm wishes from His Excellency John Okwadjo, Speaker of the Senate of Côte d'Ivoire, that I have the great honor of representing. On his behalf, I would like to thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament and his Bureau for their election and for this new energy that is brought to this institution. COVID-19 has impacted our economies as a whole, and it is a current theme that requires exchange of experiences and synchronized action between African countries for the welfare of our people. My country should like to suggest action that will allow us together to conquer this problem. First, it is the strengthening of economic recovery in Africa after COVID-19. Yes, the crisis of COVID-19 can be used as an opportunity for economic recovery of our states. And in order to do that, we suggest that state budgets could have economic action focusing essentially to local production, to support of small and medium enterprises, and setting up fiscal instruments that allow our companies to flourish. The second aspect of proposals is to support the functioning of national parliaments with a new normal, allow our national parliaments to exercise their competence, their control in order to reduce effects of corruption and allow funds disbursed by our states be oriented to economic recovery. The second aspect is a strengthening of the Pan-African Parliament to allow it to play its role as normality, supervision, but also information at the level of the African Union by setting up policies and programs tending to encourage economic recovery after COVID-19. As parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very important role to play. To have within our parliaments decision-making that will guide our people to be capable of producing not only food, but vaccines, medicine, because, as we said, the crisis of COVID-19 is perhaps the opportunity for Africa to look after itself and to find necessary resources for its economic development. Thank you.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. And now we give the floor to Professor Magu from the DRC and Vice President of the Parliament.
Right Honourable President of the Pan-African Parliament, honourable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, honourable speakers and members of national parliaments, national and regional parliaments participating in this 11th conference organized by the Pan-African Parliament, coming from the Democratic Republic of Congo, that has an in-camera parliament, that is National Assembly and Senate. I should like to first of all echo the speaker who spoke before me to congratulate the President of the Pan-African Parliament, as well as all members of the Bureau of our parliaments for your brilliant election. The Democratic Republic of Congo, my country, rejoices fundamentally about this new leadership that will give new guidance to the Pan-African Parliament. The opening remarks of the President of the Pan-African Parliament earlier was really bringing to us hope, because as he correctly said, the Pan-African Parliament has to play its role within the African Union. This role of the Pan-African Parliament that is expected by our people on the continent must not limit itself to a consultative role. If we wish to effectively for Agenda 2063 to materialize, and therefore for the Africa that we want, we cannot succeed if the Pan-African Parliament does not have normative powers so that the voice of the people of the members of African Union can be heard. The transformation of the Pan-African Parliament from a consultative role, a parliament that limits itself to making simple proposals, to a parliament that becomes like our national parliaments. This is a major requirement for the integration of our continent. We are delighted by this new opening, and I would even say the determination that enlivens the current members of the Pan-African Parliament so that we can go forward on this path. The theme that we are discussing this afternoon, Honourable President and Speakers, that of food security is a very important theme indeed for Africa, generally speaking, and for the Democratic Republic of Congo, my country. Indeed, as most of you know, the Democratic Republic of Congo is one of the biggest and wealthiest countries on the planet. The Democratic Republic of Congo is able to feed our continent as a whole. The Democratic Republic of Congo is able to be the basket of the world if agriculture is developed in our country as on the rest of the continent. For us, self-sufficiency in food security is a prerequisite for the independence of our country and our people. We cannot really say that we are independent countries if we continue to be fed by countries abroad, if we continue to be fed by the former colonial powers. We cannot really call ourselves independent. The example that was given this morning by the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament is extremely meaningful. To see Ukraine, a country at war, that is very small geographically and that does not have the conditions that we find on the continent, to see Ukraine coming to help to feed an African country, we should feel that this is quite shameful and take a resolution and cut away from this form of dependency on the nutritional aspect. As I was saying earlier, the Democratic Republic of Congo is able to contribute to food security on the continent as a whole. But such an agriculture that contributes to nutritional self-sufficiency has to have a certain number of conditions. We have to reach the state of agriculture industrialization, and our states must find the means to allow us to reach the stage of industrialization. Still on self-sufficiency, it is deplorable that the budget dedicated to agriculture in our country does not even represent 20%. How is it possible that with such a budget adopted by national parliaments, how is it possible that we reach self-sufficiency in nutrition and food? So at the level of national parliaments, we need to spare no effort so that the agriculture budget be increased and that each country, one way or another, contributes to food self-sufficiency on the continent as a whole. But the development of agriculture, self-sufficiency in nutrition and food, is confronted with major challenges. I spoke about the challenge of industrialization, but concerning the Democratic Republic of Congo, I also wish to mention the challenge of armed conflict. The Democratic Republic of Congo, that should be the basket of the continent, is not able to do that because of the aggression that is happening from its neighboring country, Rwanda. We cannot develop agriculture in a nation that is experiencing conflict. No self-sufficiency in food and nutrition can happen on the continent if our countries continue to be subjected to armed conflicts, such as the one that the DRC is victim of in the east. So in order to reach food self-sufficiency, and if we wish to reach that objective, we need to do everything in our power for conflicts to cease. And in the case of the DRC, if we want the DRC to contribute to nutritional self-sufficiency in Africa, member countries of the African Union will have to spare no effort so that the conflict in the east of the Congo, supported by foreign countries like Rwanda. But this is not the subject that could lead to a debate or to a set of problems. I am simply emphasizing the fact that no nutritional self-sufficiency is possible on the continent if we continue to tolerate conflict. I should like Madam Chair, by renewing our congratulations to the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, to the members of the Bureau, greeting all speakers of national and regional parliaments present here. I should like to conclude by saying that I hope we will be able to end a conflict, and also your colleagues of the DRC will not be present when you will meet in Kigali for the Inter-Parliamentary Union meeting. Since my country is continuing to be a victim of the conflict in the east of the country, we will not be with you, but we count on you to weigh heavily on the powers that be, so that the conflict comes to an end, and so that our country can contribute to food security on the continent, and this country that is the lung of the continent, which through the Congo Basin can play a major role in climate change. So we We hope that the DRC can contribute to the Africa that we all wish for in the context of Agenda 2063. Thank you.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Speaker of the Parliament of DRC, Honorable Pedro Mavumela. You have the floor next.
Madam President, is it not Eswatini?
Está escrito Eswatini.
Indeed, Honorable. Eswatini, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and all protocol observed. I will try to be brief as much as I can to mind time. Madam President, the Kingdom of Eswatini, through its parliament and line ministries, has made substantial progress through strengthening the implementation of various food and nutrition security interventions under various subsectors. These include the following. 1, the introduction of backyard gardening project programs. The programs encourage each household to establish a backyard garden that will have at least each of the appropriate fruit trees and common vegetables in their backyard gardens. The program encourages each and every household to ensure that there is produce of all food required to feed themselves and further sell supplies to generate household income, particularly during the difficult period of COVID-19 and any other pandemics. 2, promoting local seed production, particularly for bio-fortified legume crops, yellow-fleshed sweet potato varieties, traditional vegetables, and seed potato in order to substitute heavy reliance on seed importation. 3, strengthened or improve the government agro-input subsidy support program, that is the seed and fertilizers. The program, which has been in place for over 5 years, is being strengthened due to an ongoing steep increase in the cost of inputs, especially since the beginning of the ongoing Russia and Ukraine war. 4, furthermore, government is improving access to mechanization through providing a subsidized tractor hire service and thus ensuring an affordable and timely land preparation and planting, particularly for Eswatini stable food crop, which is negatively affected as a result of the war in Russia and Ukraine. Number 5, tunnel production of vegetables to increase resilience of farming communities to climate change. These technologies help increase productivity whilst mitigating against unfavorable weather conditions, that is hailstone and drought and any other natural disasters. Number 6, Eswatini is implementing water harvesting and irrigation development programs in order to reduce dependency on rain agriculture whilst creating an enabling environment to commercialize agriculture and ensure national food and nutrition security. Number 7, government is further promoting adoption of efficient water saving and cost-effective technologies such as improved drip irrigation system from furrow and sprinkler system in vegetable production. Number 8, training of farmers, especially women, who are now pivotal in this industry, on preparation of food dishes from nutrition, dense vegetations, and fruit processing. As I conclude, Madam President, the Kingdom of Eswatini as a country affirms to this conference that it has been pivotal through its parliamentary role of representation, legislation, and oversight in the execution of utmost strengthening resilience in nutrition and food security. Thus, the country has a radar of such milestones in honor of the African Union theme, Year of Nutrition. Madam President, I thank you very much.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. I would now call upon the representative of the National Assembly of Senegal, Papa Touré, Honorable Papa Touré.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Fortune Cherambira, Honorable Speakers of National Assemblies and Heads of Senates, distinguished representatives of the Parliament's speakers and Honorable MPs, distinguished delegates. On behalf of my President Mustafa Niasse and my name, I would like to begin by saying a big thank you to President Charumbira for the invitation and the warm welcome given to my delegation. The experience of COVID-19 has indeed demonstrated to the world once again how our health systems were fragile, especially as far as Africa is concerned, how again we were truly dependent on the outside world. So given that experience, we encountered a number of serious challenges, whether they be health related, economic, social, and in other sectors. Health-wise, Africa was confronted with the effect of this pandemic with a lot of challenges and difficulties, because the response that was supposed to be given to this pandemic was supposed to be dependent on the availability of human resources and financial and health resources. So it was very difficult for us to tackle this pandemic. However, Africa, thanks to its own resources, was able to attempt to stand tall in the presence of this pandemic by having a resilient health system so that we were able then to respond appropriately to this challenge, because a pandemic does not give anyone or any country the time required to react or to do anything else. Therefore, it was possible and necessary for us to come up with resilient solutions, and to some extent that pose challenges to our countries. Then comes the question of investing in the health sector. And therefore, we need to invest even more in our health infrastructure, and also to tackle the issue mentioned in the development of capital, human capital rather, and that of course goes through training and research. Somebody in the room did remind the meeting that it was important for us to bring to the fore the potential that Africa has because there are a lot of countries in Africa where we have universities that are capable of producing human resources of high quality and properly qualified. Reason for which we assessed the situation and the message of President Macky Sall when he attended the G7 meeting, where he spoke about African rights to have access to additional funding so that they're able to bring to bear their knowledge, experience in the pharmaceutical industry in their attempt to produce vaccines and be in a position to react appropriately should these pandemics occur again. The theme we have before us, I think, sums up the challenge that Africa has to face up to, because we ought to build our resilience in all these areas, resilience in the health area, and to have resilience in the economic sphere and in general terms. Africa is a continent which has got an abundance of arable land, but when we look at human resources, our population is rather young. Therefore, opportunities are there for us to be able to put them to good use across the continent. So the question that comes to mind is to know how to transform this potential into something palpable so that Africa can draw benefit from it and be able to serve its population. To my mind, the main problem is agricultural production, so that we give the first answer to this question: can we feed ourselves? If we ask that question and we look at the trade balance of the continent, we note that this balance is in the red because we import a lot, and the majority of these importations are made of foodstuff, which could be easily be produced here, so that we can really be able to count on agriculture, which is the foundation of any development that we deem to be significant. And we also have to socially develop further, because our policies, our public policies defined by our countries, need to be directed to the development at grassroots level, so that populations living in remote areas can also have access to these resources in terms of investment. And this, of course, would require that we revisit the issue of fairness and equal opportunity for those who live in towns and those who live in rural areas. And one of the topics of this meeting is to develop human capital, which is one of the factors, development factors of any country, and constitutes the driving force of any economic transformation of a state. We will not be able to develop if we don't have human resources able to think, to develop the instruments that are required for putting into motion our development, and also to ensure the welfare and well-being of the people. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, the topics presented this morning are of such importance that we could have spent the entire day to study and develop each one of them. However, let me say in short that I will end my statement by making a suggestion. This suggestion consists of rethinking the manner in which we need to continue to help our parliaments to promote development using the budgets that are authorized by our respective governments. It is true that public policies are defined by the executive branch, but parliaments are the ones that give the green light for the use of these budget lines. And therefore we can have our say in how these major policies are integrated, and we need to come up with a framework that allows us to harmonize our policies driven by the Pan-African Parliament, thus allowing countries to reach a consensus and have a shared vision and common tools that will help us, therefore, translate all these into reality. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the floor, and I thank my colleagues for their kind attention.
Muito obrigada. Agora...
Thank you very much. I would now call upon second Vice President of the National Assembly of Burundi, Honorable Abel Kashatat. Apologies if I did not read your name correctly.
Honorable President.
The Right Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Right Honorable Speakers of regional parliaments, MPs of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Before moving to the gist of my statement, let me say that I truly appreciate the honor that has been bestowed upon my country to be able to speak before this honorable assembly. And our speaker gave us the go-ahead to come and take part in this major parliamentary event, and would like to say thank you to the Pan-African Parliament for the warm welcome given to our delegation since our arrival here in this beautiful city of Johannesburg. We would like to also take this opportunity to say thank you to Honorable Chirumbira and his bureau, who now have the destiny of this parliament in their hands, and we wish them well in their attempt to turn this into something as successful as possible. I think the mission of the Pan-African Parliament and the return to working activities, I think, would dynamize this prestigious institution. This climate that is now seen here, where we are attempting to work in a concerted fashion, will help us to work alongside the African Union and parliaments across the continent, as well as the United Nations and other interested partners across the world, so that we can build together an Africa that is united, prosperous, and peaceful, an Africa that answers the call of its people that seek economic development. And let me also take this opportunity to thank our prestigious institution, that is the African Union, for allowing us, through the funding that we get, to organize this meeting together with the African vision, whose objective is to build an Africa that is integrated, prosperous, and peaceful, governed by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force on the international scene. By the same token, the organization of this meeting and the wisdom of all the participants who have promoted the general interests of the peoples of Africa. And we take this opportunity to congratulate all those who, from here and afar, who have contributed the resumption of the business of the parliament after the failed elections in 2021. And we also want to salute the theme of this conference, which is the one shared with the African Union for the year 2022. I think our fight against malnutrition is a topic that is of great importance, and I think it is indeed fitting for the efforts being exerted by our respective parliament. And we want by this to create living conditions that are better for the peoples of this continent. So for Burundi, 2020, when we were looking at the situation of food availability and we looked at the issue of malnutrition across the country, we were able to come up with a new program, and the government has been able to put to the fore agriculture, and solutions, I'm sure, are going to be found. And noting the existence of lack of knowledge of good practices as far as nutrition is concerned, and the lack of access to information, Burundi has come up with a number of mechanisms designed to sensitize the population and to gather the requisite means to make sure that all and sundry across the continent and across Burundi have access to food. And this is why the Burundian government, through the Ministry of Public Health and the fight against HIV/AIDS, has come up with a nutrition program called PCM, covering the period 2019-2023. So this vision entails that between now and 2023, we be in a position to nourish adolescents and any other person who's vulnerable, and also afford them appropriate health facilities. And of course, in mind, we have the reduction of malnutrition under any of its forms. So these components of the strategic plan are the work of our president, Mr. Ndayishimiye, the president of Burundi, as announced during his speech pronounced during the 13th session, extraordinary session of the African Union on the Free Trade Area, AFTA, in December 2020. So encourage the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union to spare no effort to support African peoples who are working tirelessly to fight poverty, and we believe that it is thanks to these efforts that Africa is going to ensure its sustainable development. We promise you that each time you call upon us, we'll be here to work alongside you and to make sure that all these projects that are designed to help us attain the development that we seek. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is going to be Roger Massiem from Seychelles.
Madam Chairperson, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address a few words in this conference. Honorable Chairman of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Vice Presidents and members of the Bureau, my colleague speakers, invited guests, good evening, and I wish to extend my greetings to the Chairman of the Pan-African Parliament and the Bureau, and also my appreciation for this conference. As Madam Chairperson said, My name is Roger Massiem, and I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles. I take the opportunity only to make a short reflection on the theme that is before us, which is a theme that I value very much. It is, I believe, at the center of everything we should be discussing regarding development in Africa and regarding even our own institutions. We have talked a lot about COVID, but my feeling is if COVID will not pass, we will get adjusted to COVID. We will put it behind us. But the issue of resilience, food production, is a matter not only of prime importance, but of urgent importance. And I want to relate it, first of all, to this topic of COVID, which we have been discussing. The COVID pandemic, I think, should have given us the opportunity or the challenge to rethink almost everything that we do, starting with our national economies, starting with the way we do things, and with trade, commerce, production, all of these subjects. I think that the word was used this morning, the phrase was used in relation to planning from COVID, is that the time is now. I think the term should also apply to the subject, to the theme that is under discussion today. This is the time when we need to rethink our approach to food production, to maintaining stability in the provision of food supplies and to ensuring sustainability. In one of the lessons we took, and I will here just add a little bit to the discussion we had earlier about how we responded to COVID as parliaments. In my country, what was important was not so much how Parliament responded to COVID, but how our nation responded to COVID. It gave us the opportunity to reassess a lot of the institutions of government, a lot of the ways in which we were doing things. It led us to reassess our social policies, so much so that we made a radical reorientation of our approach to social problems, to welfare, to assistance, and how we approach the situation of vulnerable members of our society. But it also gave us the opportunity to rethink our economic strategies. And I will not go into detail, but one of the conclusions was very much that we needed to rethink self-sufficiency in food production, or a greater degree of self-sufficiency in producing what we consume. Our situation is very much like many other countries. We import a lot. We import most of, in fact, more than other countries. We import most of what we consume as food, and we import it from very far away as Russia, Ukraine, Australia, South America, and the first two countries that I mentioned will obviously show you the vulnerable position that we found ourselves in after COVID. And I think the realization that we needed to rethink our strategies in terms of food production and in general in the economy was one of the lessons what we took from COVID. Now, I have heard I think in one or two speakers prior to this, the immensity of resources that Africa disposes of, and especially land. I can tell you that coming from a small island in the Indian Ocean, flying over a stretch of Africa is a wonder. It's a wonder to see just so much land below you and to realize the potential that this brings in terms of food production. And I think I'm confirmed in what I've heard this morning and this afternoon that we are still very far from realizing this potential. And this is where we have to go back to the term, the time is now. I said we were only a small country. And now I want to touch on the second reflection that I want to make in regards to this theme. That is, this theme must not only be a national endeavor. It has to be a regional, at least, or better still, a continental endeavor. I say this because the way my own country would be able to benefit from food production in Africa is not so much by producing our own food, but by establishing rapport, relationships with the countries in which we can participate in food production on the continent. As a small island country, we have only one major food source that we dispose of, and that is fish. We have a lot of fish. We have 1.2 million kilometers of economic zone which we can exploit. Our fish industry is really already quite significant for our country, but it can do much better. We export our fish to Europe, and we import from Europe. Now, obviously, any sound-thinking person will see the benefit of a closer relationship with Africa. I believe that regional and continental integration will be the key to success in this endeavor. Because I believe if our country can contribute one thing, it will be fish, and it will need to be put in the general food basket that Africa produces. To that end, I would urge other countries with a littoral, other countries with their coastal borders to also think very seriously about the importance of the ocean as a source of food. In Seychelles, we have promoted the concept of a blue economy, which englobes industries having to do with the ocean. It starts with fish, but it also includes other food production possibilities and also other economic possibilities. So if we can harness that part of our resources and also use it to make our input in trade and commerce for other commodities in an African market, that I think will be the solution to the next crisis, whether it is a crisis like COVID or it is a crisis like the war in Ukraine. Madam Chairperson, I thank you for allowing me these few words.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We have reached the end of our panel discussion. The intervention were all oriented to the sharing experiences of the countries with regards to the in relation to the nutrition and food security, and as well as building resilience in our own countries. All of them were unanimous in recognizing that our continent has got huge potential in order to increase the agricultural production and make sure food for all the peoples of Africa. However, I would like to make some considerations here. First of all, we have external factors which are not far from our control and which are understandable, like the climate changes, the COVID impact, and the conflicts in cross-border between countries, and the war in Ukraine, and the increase of price, the increase of fuel prices and food. But it's inadmissible, it's unacceptable that our population should suffer because of ineffectiveness of the appropriation of the public resources in our countries. We have all to fight in order to make sure that our countries, our government should have structuring policies and economic and social development in order to make sure the well-being of our population. It is our key role, it is our role and responsibility as parliamentarians to pass national budgets in our countries and do make the oversight of the executive of our countries. Many contributions here, many inputs here have been made in order to increase more budget in agriculture. The government should add more funds to agriculture, and we should do the oversight of these steps taken by the governments in increasing the budget for agriculture. We have the responsibility to accelerate the human capital development through political and economic policies. Nutrition and food security is intimately linked to the political, social policies and economic policies that we implement in our country. We've got a huge, rich continent in terms of natural resources, and at this moment we need to move from theory to practice. It's now that we should put our continent moving ahead. We should not any longer continue depending on the import of grains from Ukraine. We should create conditions in our countries and find regional and continental solutions in order to have our food basket and introduce resilient seeds which will increase the production capacity of agricultural capacity for our farmers, so that we may increase at international, at continental level the growth. And we change the import through by export of agricultural produce. We know that Ukraine is one of the biggest producer of fertilizers, and we depend on the imports of fertilizer for the agricultural production. Our continent has got the capability to produce and has got people able to produce fertilizers in our country. So we should work hard in industrialization of the agriculture. We should transform our agriculture transform it from to a sustainable agriculture. We should not continue any longer on a subsistence agriculture if we want to see a food basket in our countries. We need to invest more in agriculture, invest in agricultural industrialization, and in capacity building of our farmers and technicians, and make the resources available so that our agriculture should have means to give this push, a qualitative push that we all dream of. We have the responsibility to comply with the agenda, African Agenda 2063, as well as the SDGs agenda. All of us, all these objectives are converging because they are for the well-being of our people. We need to adopt policies. We have to have a political willingness, and the political willingness is to make the resources available and efficient policies that have impact in the life of our populations. Having said this, I wish to, having said this, I conclude this presentation of this session, which is to building resilience of the nutrition in the continent African continent, and food security in Africa. Thank you very much. And now I'll now give the floor to the Secretary General to give the final announcements. Thank you very much.
Portanto, será o Presidente a fazer o encerramento da sessão de hoje.
So the President will give the closing remarks for today's session.
Thank our, instead of saying speakers, Senate, I just say heads of our legislatures. It's much simpler. I want to thank you for the resilience up to this time. You still attentive and listening. We have now come close, the close of the day. We go back to our hotel, and we have a gala dinner in honor of all of you, our speakers, chairpersons, presidents of Senate, all heads of legislative assemblies. So we have a gala dinner in honor of yourselves. So the appeal is, if it's a gala dinner for you, then be there. Don't go to your room and say, no, I'm tired. You can leave early if you are tired. We had thought 6, but it's already 6. So the gala dinner will start at 7. It's very close to your hotel. It's actually walking distance. For those who know South Africa very well, it's just across. But we cannot ask you to walk. So we go to your hotel. I'm advised there will be transport right from the hotel across to where the gala dinner will be held, and the vehicles, the gala dinner, Santon Convention Center. It's a Santon Convention Center just across directly opposite Michelangelo. Just across. So Santon Convention Center, Santon Convention Center. That's where the gala dinner will be held at 7. I think we have come to the close of the day. Once more, I thank you for the resilience. Tomorrow we start at 9. And we will try to make sure that at 9 we kick off so that we respect tomorrow's timetable and close in time tomorrow. Thank you very much. We meet. No, you are VIPs. Sorry, you are VIPs. This is the route to get out. If you want to just see the people there building, fine. But I think your cars, you come this way in the morning, park this side. And I should say, members of Parliament of PAP are invited to the gala dinner, all MPs, and any other, all the delegation members. So if you brought 5 in your delegation or 10, you are all invited to the dinner. Where can we find Isa? Where is Isa? Can you ring the bell? Mr. Clark, 1 minute. I know you are a lawyer, but in all the years that we've been here, it's not a requirement to say if you forbid the presidency, you have to submit the vice president.